Hello there. Okay, let me first say good morning, and I hope you had a nice sleep. Yeah, basically I did nothing but brush my teeth, go to bed, stand up, have my lunch, brush my teeth, and start streaming. Yeah, I also did cut the VODs. Yeah, I think I had about 5 or 6 VODs I had to upload to YouTube. So actually it's a little bit better to do that always as a couple of VODs, because if I do that every night, I pretty much have to go to bed, and the laptop still has to be running while uploading the video, and that's not energy efficient. So yeah, I also worked on something that we can look at when I'm starting the scene here. So if we look at that, my mouse now, if it goes left or right, we can see which screen I'm on. Now if I'm going to the OBS Studio screen, it's not going to follow to that screen. So I can only use 2 screens right now. But aside from that, I think this is very useful, just to be able to switch between the two screens. I've been streaming with 1 screen on the whole time, so that's a little bit annoying. And yeah, now I have a good macro that is following the mouse cursor. So by panning to left and right, I cannot do this too fast, but by swiping to left and right, you can see which monitor is currently in use. Yeah. Now the only thing that's not good is the whole monitor scene is swapped. Which means that the camera is also being swapped. I could have done that with the fade in and fade out. Then, because it's exactly the same scene, then you wouldn't have that problem. Then you would just see another screen that is being faded in and out. But yeah, I thought this was useful to just give the information. This is to the left, this is to the right. Yeah, I think the information is value is greater. This is a technical stream. Now maybe if it wasn't, then I would make a new macro. Okay, so yeah, now also the camera. No, the camera has to be at that angle. Camera has to stay at this angle. The reason for this is because yeah, pretty much if I change the angle, it's not looking as good. Yeah. Now I had the I tried to stick my camera on top of the monitor, but then behind my back there's a router, there's a door, and it just doesn't look as good as it does when it's at quite the side angle. And I just like the side angle. Okay, let's go. What are we even working on? Yeah, that's the first question. And that was, we now have this shortcut, then we can on the fly change the rotation, and here we go. That's yay. And if I press Control H, it's going to reset itself. So I'm pressing Control G, it's going to rotate the whole way around. And we get the offset, we get all of the custom yeah, thanks. What is it called? Custom previews, the previews things. Yeah, and then I can just draw in. That's great. Oh, Sinikian, waiting with 12 viewers. Thank you for waiting. Hi. Hello, what's going on? So this is a programming stream. Devious Oatmeal. Thank you for following. Thank you for the follow. You're welcome. So here I just programmed this function here, and I'm still trying to find some bugs right now. So I can have multiple objects in here. Could also have just one object in here. I think I can rotate it like that. I can rotate it 90 degrees though. So I can reset it. So I don't find a bug yet. And when I click, it's also not drawing. That's also correct. Yeah, it's only drawing on my second click. That's good. Yeah, Shinikian. Thank you for waiting. And yeah, I wonder what kind of stream are you coming from? Well, let me see.
Do game dev 2D.
Oh, yeah, also game dev. That's great. So, what are you working on?
Dev chatting, we were talking about our progress on our games.
Ah, progress on our games. Yeah. So if you would ask me for progress, I actually. Hi. I actually stopped working really on my game a little bit, and I'm working more on the framework to make the game right now, because I had this idea where I can just have a reference point here, and this is where the player is supposed to be. And then you can just draw in the environment. Now I've got a test offset, so this doesn't make sense. You would just go in here and draw in the environment. Normally you would stick it to the ground. You can control Z and it will just do that. And now when the player is moving, you can shift this dynamic reference point, and the time map will look exactly like if the player would be on this position or this position. And then I was like, yeah, that's pretty useful, and let's just have a ton of functions to support that. And now I'm basically not working on my game anymore. I'm more working on the framework to make this very, very, very easy. Now if I go in tile map, say here, and have a
While working on tools.
default default tile map and default brush, it's automatically going to select the brush that you have set in a preset. So you can immediately just go there and draw it in. Now normally you wouldn't have this offset. I'm still on that. That's the thing that I will do today. But after that I'm pretty much finished. Yeah. I'm working on the tools. Yeah, I'm not working on the game anymore. I'm working on the tools to make the game. But I'm very close to finishing that. Now I normally would say today is going to be very, very promising for that, but normally something is crossing my mind, or some weird bug is appearing, and that's why I don't think I will make it today. But I still have a lot of work in front of me, and I still have to focus on that if I want to make it ever. So you see the offset here, that each of these objects is in a different position. Now if I shift this reference point, I can also attach it to the mouse. Yeah. If I shift this point, every layer is shifting with a different speed. And this offset is not very useful.
Oh, for parallax.
Yeah, it's for parallax effect. And the problem with parallax effect is you draw the things in here, and then you have, at some point you have to guess where these objects will be if the player is standing here. So this is one of the problems that I had. So normally if the point is just here, you draw here, and that's okay. But let me stop the reference point. If I draw, let's say, over here, and now I draw over here, and let's get the reference point over here, and now you see all these objects that have been behind this cliff are now over here, and that's really hard to just work with, and that's why I just made a lot of functions just to have this dynamic shifting. So when you draw in, you can just take this dynamic reference point, and what you see is what you get when the player is standing exactly on that point. And so yeah, that's one of the things. The other thing that I was working with is, how do I make this really fast? Now let's define a new position here, and let's just stop the dynamic reference point. And all these functions in here, these are all functions just for this tool. Yeah, let's say it did explode a little bit in the workflow. So if I click here and say, let's make a new time map group, and say, yeah, okay, I want to make a new background. It asks me how many layers, which sorting layer, which start and end order. So you want to have a start and end order, so that things more in the back are really in the back and stay there, and they will have a different speed. The things in the front don't move. The ones in the back move faster and faster. Then also the scale. Empty cells per draw is something that you don't draw every tile. So So start color, end color, so the things in the back are darker. So there's a lot of things in there. And then you just select the brush. So let's say we want to make a mineral feel. And we want to start in some kind of wet area, then go to purple, make two purple ones, and then we want to just have two rainbow colored ones, and then it's black. Yeah. Now select this tile map here, and if I say take the group setting, you see that it automatically displays all these different crystals. Now this time I don't have an offset inside, so I'm drawing them in all in the same spot. But if I would shift them, you see that they all shifted. Now there's a mistake that I did when drawing. I should have put the reference point in here, and now you see that because they shift with such a different speed, that it's really hard to work with parallax effects when you're drawing too far away from the position that the player is currently in. So if I put the point over here and draw, and then shift the point, now it's more of a realistic approach. And this is what you want to have actually. For some reason these objects are not in the background though. They should be behind the tile set. Let me investigate. So they should override the sorting layer. But they don't. Okay. Something about this purple brush seems to be broken. Oh yeah, the color. The color is...
Well, you're up early.
Yeah,
I ran into this exact problem before when I was working on other stuff. I had to decide on not parallaxing the things attached to the floor. The player goes on and have a background image that moved in the background that worked at every level.
Yeah, with images it's pretty much the same. You have to really get your head around where the position of the image is going to be, and then you just if you don't have the tools, you basically have to hard code it in there, and that's really annoying. Okay, if I toggle override sorting layer, it's going to draw in the bag, but it didn't do so when I was picking the red one. And also that's what I did. I also did it like you back then, just trying to draw them in. So that, and then you just test it out and find the right position that you want to have. But actually, that's not a good idea. That's not a good practice. And that's why I said, okay, I have to do something about this. Yeah. So if I have this group function, I need to override the sorting layer in each of the brushes. Yeah. I need to override this toggle here. So let me look at that. So there's this override colors in the preview info. And this just takes the setting out of that brush. So let's maybe not do that. Let's just take the override colors of the...
I looked at Kingdom New Lands to figure mine out, though that game only moved horizontally, so had to be a little more creative since mine also moved vertically.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it really is much easier if you just shift in one direction, because with the two direction it's often a little bit confusing and you have to be a little bit more careful. Oh, I also have rotation in there. Yeah, so I also have rotation in there now, and with rotation it's really annoying. Basically, if you can ever avoid rotations, do it. It's just...
Things one what IDE is that JetBrains 2, your cat is absolutely adorable.
Yeah, it's JetBrains, and that's one of my cats. Aww, that's Miri. She's very small. I thought she would is still growing when I got her. And my other cat is sleeping on the floor right now. I will just pick her up. Hey Luna.
I didn't think such a feature required so much effort to code.
So, want to say something? No, she doesn't like. But yeah. Well, she's okay. She's fine. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, a lot of edge cases you need to take into account.
I mean, just look at that menu. It's just I can show all these informations, shift the tile maps, and yeah, if you just look at all the functions in there, there's a lot of effort that goes in there. Now, most of these functions take the same base function here, but most of these functions actually do have a lot of code in them.
No, rotation never tackled that one. That sounds even more difficult. LUL. Props to you, man. Good luck.
Yeah, but I think I'm starting to see the end. So I said this is the last feature that I wanted. So I was actually at the point where I said, okay, I'm finished, and then I started using it in my own game to draw in, and then I said, okay, so I still had to draw every layer on hand, and then I said, okay, I want to do that with a group function. And then you also want to have the display, what it is going to look like, a preview, and yeah, a whole lot of new things then just crossed my mind, which you only get these ideas if you really use your own tool, and this is really important for me. And this tool is in the end just practical, and I just want to go over here and draw, yeah, and I'm finished. Because I don't have the time to go over every layer and rotate every different object in 6 layers plus. It's going to take hours, to be honest. But if you have a tool that just does that on the fly like that, yeah, it's very good. Unfortunately, I also decided to then publish it, so that makes it so that I have to provide the user with a whole lot of options. Like, you also see this brush. It has a lot of options that are not in the normal custom brush settings. So this is a highly customized tool right now. And in the end, I will still have to test out. Oh, thank you for following. Hello, I'm Pokemon.
LOL documentation V.
Yeah, I still need the documentation. Yeah, if you want to publish something, there's still it's different from, hey, I want to just do this for myself. Then you can basically just hardcode everything. But if you want to publish it, you have to think about edge cases where you think, okay, now the user is using this, but what if he's I don't know, if he's doing this on a different time map. Now, this time map here, it doesn't have any information. I still might the information for the brush settings for the group inside of this time map. So what if the user then just decides he wants to draw in the time map that doesn't have any stored information? Okay, it still has to work. I can't have this bug out or something. And there's also an option in here, paint on scene root, and this is going to spawn in the objects in the root here. Yeah, you see? They are spawned in here, and that created a whole lot of different bugs just to have that option inside of there, but I didn't want to remove it, even though it would have been very useful. And I don't think that you should ever paint on the scene root, but if the user wants that, I shouldn't stop him. I shouldn't be in his way. That's his own decision. It's also a little bit weird now oh, there's also one thing that's really cool. I go to this time map here. I got the picker. I just picked these crystals. If I disable the draw chance mode, it's going to draw them in every time. I think just how cool is that? And I can also rotate it. Yay. I mean, and there was a whole set of bugs that were just coming with that function. So I'm quite surprised that I didn't run into a new one. So I'm just expecting a bug to pop up right now at any moment. If I pick the draw chance mode here, by the way, then every time I click, it will everything will have a chance of 0.3 to be spawned in, and these empty cells after draw, it's a little bit hard to explain with a group, but let me maybe reset the brush. So if I have 4 in here, 1, 2, 3, I need to have the chance on 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's going to paint in every 4th cell. Yeah, you can also just draw pixels with that, but I wouldn't do that. This is really to draw in real game objects, not to just draw images. Now, one thing I was thinking about is maybe you could, in the end, to increase the performance, pick all the objects on each layer and make one picture out of them and then save that into the real game as some kind of optimization, because now these are hundreds of objects, and if I zoom out, these are possible thousands. Yeah, I think there might maybe, yeah, no, there might be 1,000 really, because there's a lot of small objects that they are hard to see when you zoom out. And in the game later, there's also going to be 1,000 objects, and I'm still waiting for the result when I'm testing if this is still performing or not, because it could be that I just shift the parent. I don't shift each object. I shift the parent tile map, but That's something that I haven't tested so far, so I'm really excited to see that. So how is the performance going to be? Now I can click on play here in the test level, and yeah, it's just going to play normally. Let's see about that. Yeah, and I don't have any frame issues at all. Yeah, that.
PogChamp.
Yeah. That still plays completely normally with I don't know how many FPS. I got an error though. Missing reference from the grid padding sorting attribute. I got that multiple times. And I got that when I was pressing play. I'm not sure about this error. Because the stack doesn't give me any class of my own, and that makes it really annoying to track. It's on disable, okay. So let's see, on disable, line 876. So didn't get this. I think it's maybe because it's a custom one. But I do inherit. I do inherit from the grid brush base. So either it can't get the grid painting state, or it can't get the grid brush. There's a missing reference. It has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. So this grid brush has been destroyed. Okay, I'm not destroying any brushes, so this is... Am I? And this is quite puzzling. Let's look at the end. There it just compares two different strings, and one of them is null. So what's the sort function?
They'll be going now. See you around.
See you. Yeah, I don't have any idea what kind of error is in there.
Oh.
Basically, the Unity functions. No, I don't understand the error right now. I think one of the things that could be the case is because in here, if I draw on the scene root, this scene root is a hidden grid, and this hidden grid is going to get destroyed, I think, and then maybe it goes through all the valid targets and still searches for that hidden grid. That is okay. Look for that. So I have this hidden grid. It basically was in there. There was a template, and in there was this hidden grid. And this hidden grid is just for so that you can paint on the scene root. And I think it's going to be destroyed on disable. So maybe I shouldn't do that. Let's just not destroy this and see if the error will come up again. Or let's press play and let's just see if the console will display this error. Okay, so no error. Let's put this line back again and see if this will throw an error. It didn't. No, it didn't. So I can't confirm that this was the problem. Paint in here. Use the scene root. So I'm just trying to guess the error right here. Okay, I can't reproduce the error. That's a problem. So I did a lot of things. I painted on a different time map, and oh, Emre, yeah. Oh, that's a hard name. God damn it, that name is too long. El Mr. Yeah to do hot. Ah, now I get it. Thank you for following. So I'm just going to try to draw in random time maps and try to see if the error comes up again. But it doesn't seem to do so. Okay, that's unfortunate. So we can't reproduce the error now. Maybe we'll be able to do that later. But I keep an eye on that error. Because right now I really have no idea what exactly is causing this error. I know it's a destroyed object, but and I have an idea that it might be the hidden grid, but I can't confirm it, unfortunately. So for that I would have to reproduce the error somehow, and currently I can't do that. Let's go on and see. Now I want to have this function. When I draw in here, let's destroy the crystals, because this was for demonstration. But now I have to go on if I ever want to finish my work here, because there still lies a whole lot of work ahead. So I have these objects here I want to draw in, and this is just in the normal landscape you draw this in. Now if I want to set the offset, I will have to go inside of here and change the offset every time. So this is by hand, and I did this so I could test it. But now it's time to really set these layer offset values here. Layer offset, this is going to be where you set the offset. Now, the first thing is, when we go through this timelapse group, I want this, if I go in here, I want this to ask me the offset that I want to have, yeah? So first of all, I will have to change my own struct for that. I have a struct for that. That let me go to my own function here. I have a struct for that. That's a tile map group setting. And now we need a new float inside of it. Which is going to be the start offset and the end offset. And now I have to see where do I use this tile group here. So I have two different settings that I just hard coded in here for now, and I now have to set these two values, the start and end. So if I'm in the background, actually start offset, end offset. Oh, actually, I don't do it like this. Offset increase per layer. This is how I do this. Yeah, it has its reasons. So if I'm in the background normally, I want everything to be exactly at the same position. So currently, I think 0, 0 would be the best option here. So this wouldn't create an offset because I don't want one in the background. I just want to have everything stick to the ground. So pretty useless so far, you could say, but I need it for the foreground. In the foreground, I really do want to have an offset, and I do want these objects to be when I draw, that they are here in the background. Let's not over, let's say, put them to the foreground. Oh, it doesn't put them to the foreground. Should be in sorting layer 5. So what's happening? Is maybe using this sorting layer. Could that be? Yeah, it's using the sorting layer out of this function here instead of the one that I have plugged in here. Okay. So if I preset them, not going to go well. Okay, this is a bug that I seriously have to fix. If I toggle override sorting layer, okay, it works with one, but if I use the group setting, it's going to use the information from the time map info. That's kind of right though. Kind of. Because in here could be something that the user just plugged in and wants to use. So I'm in a worst case here. So you either want to use the setting out of this field or the information from the time maps. And if you just use this field, then the information out of the time maps is completely obsolete. So let's look at the code. So we have this override sorting layer at boolean, and if it's set to true, it's going to take the sorting layer from the time selection info, from the information. Yeah, okay. So I could just force in here the current order in layer that we have inside of this field. So that's an easy change. Could just insert sorting layer in here. Oh no, the order in layer has to stay. This has to change. Let's not take this. Or do we want to have an option? No, I don't want to have an option for that. Okay. Let's just pick the sorting layer that we plugged in inside of this brush. And if I pick 5 now, everything here is going to be in front. We're picking 1. This is behind the tile map. It's going to be in the back. Okay. And if I don't use override sorting layer, it's going to use whatever I plugged inside of each brush. So you do have the option to have to give them default layers. You do have the option. It's just a very edge case, and yeah, I think this. There's still one case. If you would have the same brush twice inside of a group, you would always be forced to use the same setting for each brush, because you can't differentiate between those. I don't know. I would keep it like that, because this option here is the most the easiest to control. I will keep it like this. Yep, because now we can actually control what we are drawing in, and it's not going to make much. It's not practical what would result there. So this is what I also try to keep in mind every time that I work here. I wanted things to be practical. Okay, now I was actually working on the offset. So for the foreground, I also want to have a start offset of 0, but I want to have an increase per layer of minus 0.75f, so that you would end up with a shifted offset. So now I have to see where do we use this. These are setters. And here is the functions where we get this. Let me expand this function. And it picks depending on the name that you plug in there, if it's the foreground or the background. Yeah. Okay. So then the user is going to be asked a lot of questions. Like here, the start scale and the end scale. And I pretty much want to just copy these two values here and say start offset and end offset. So we need to catch this from the user, and this will pretty much just ask the user what he wants to type in there. I think there's still a to-do to simplify this, because we're doing the same thing here over and over again. Copy a function. I think I made an error while copy and pasting. Yeah, I made a mistake here. This part here should be underneath the end scale input. I only need this part. I was wondering why these are not redlined. Now I know. So I define this string, but I can't use it afterwards. Why? That's weird. Is there maybe a bracket or something that I overlooked? Oh, there's a bracket here. Not sure why this is in here. Ah, okay. Then we have we just defined the start offset and the end offset. But I think for the end offset we would have to change the default value here. Yeah, the start offset, to use that one instead of the scale when we're asking for the offset. And then the offset increase per layer. Use that as the default that is going to be shown inside of the editor. Okay, and then we have to use the start and end offset. So there's still more questions being asked here. Where do we set all the things? Ah, they're there. There's the function where we then start setting all the things that we plugged in. Now we have to look for the offset scale, because we asked after the scale. So where is it? Here's the min scale. Where's the scale calculated? There. Okay, after we calculate the scale here, I want to calculate the offset. So if there's only one layer, it's going to be the start offset, else it's going to be the calculation that is going to take take into account the amount of layers that you have, and then it's going to scale up the offset, so that you end up with the end offset. Yeah. And I think we have to check if this is amount of layer is -1 equals 0, because if we wouldn't do this, we would divide by 0, and we can't do that. That's why we have an if-else clause. That's a little bit annoying though, but I guess we can't divide by 0. Yeah. So, and then in the end, can say there should be a layer offset. We put in the offset that we defined in there. Okay. So what we did now is, if I have a new group, I should now be able to plug in a custom offset. Okay, let's create a new group. Just disable this game object. And say this is position 18, make a new time map group. Background. It stopped. And why did it stop? Don't do that. That's weird. Okay, now it works normally. Okay, there is a bug inside of there, for sure. Start offset 0, end offset, let's just put in 5 for no reason. And let's just pick random brushes every time. Okay, let's look at that. Look at that. Oh man, my brain. Look at that brush. Okay, now we have that. This is set up, and it does use the offset that we just defined. We can rotate it. It's still working. And that's pretty much it. So for the creation of the time loop group, that's complete now. Now we can spin it. It's a good trick. So now I want to have my last function, and after that it's pretty much just bug finding. And then after that there's not going to be any function added. For now, I don't know any function. So the last function will be, instead of spinning this, I want to have a function where I also have this origin, but I can change the distance of the offset point to the origin with my mouse. And it's a pretty easy function, by the way. So the base function is very easy. It just calculate the distance from the origin to the offset point, and then set it up. So that's really easy. Just a multiplication. The hard part is going to be how do I do this with making good readable code. And I bet something is going to go terribly wrong. So there's this function change offset, and it goes into this additional mode setup. Oh yeah, we maybe should check if we currently use do we have to use the out? Yeah, we have to use the out. We want to see if there's currently a reference point. And that sounds like we're getting the mouse point. Want to get the offset reference point. That's the wrong. That's the wrong function. Okay, just trying to catch. If we are using a brush that is the default Unity brush, then we can't rotate, for example. It's not. We are not. It doesn't have the function that we have. Also, this should be renamed parallax brush or something. That is unique. And I forgot something. I have tea. Okay, I have tea. And it's still in my kitchen. Okay, so let's go to where we use this change offset. So currently this is not in use. This will create an origin point and tell the brush to just stop whatever it's doing. Okay, so the new mode is here, plugged into the additional mode. And here's the switch where we actually then use that. Okay, there's something else that I want to have. I want to change the offset with a key press. So I have these key presses for the rotation. And here I want to have one, if I press Control V. No, Control V is using copy and paste. That's a terrible idea. Control T. Control T. I want to automatically use the change offset function. Yeah. Okay, now I want to get my T, and then we will work on the last function that is going to set the offset. Hopefully it will be very easy. Okay, now I got tea. Had to get my tea before it gets cold. Okay, let's go. So what do I need to finish this function? I basically need the new function inside of here, just like set new rotation position. Because we're going to do more stuff in here, and I don't want to just code it inside of a switch. I want to code it somewhere else because it's going to be hard to read. So what do we want here? I want basically to have this same function, but that new offset position. Yeah. So this function doesn't exist yet, but we will make it so. And we will not just set the offset point position. We will not just do that. Or do we? No, that's actually the mouse position, yeah. So now let's define that function. For that we will go into the rotation function that we already have. Just copy paste it, yeah. It's just collapse this and copy paste it. That should exist 2 times. Yeah, this function 1, function 2, and we will change this name into offset. And now we immediately see we only have warnings left. We will clear up the warnings later. Or should we do that now? At least one. Okay, let's go. Let's go. This is never used. There's a to-do. This is never used. This is used. What the? Okay, we don't need the null. This is never used, so how do we... Ah, okay. I never used this. We also don't need this function anymore because the access to that point has been simplified. Okay, so we can now work on this function. The last 2 warnings, they come out of a method that where is it white. Okay, let's do this later because that function is. I think that was the simplification that I did right in there that I was just talking about. You can, for every time we create this a new window catch the input, you could make this into a method. But then I was working on that method and I saw, okay, this is going to take a lot of time. That's why I stopped working on that. There was something inside of that method where I said, that doesn't quite work. Maybe next time I go that method, it will look easier, but last time it looked really, really hard. So here we get the offset reference point and the mouse word position. So don't record clicks, good. Get the origin, which is important. Then we get the point distance. Actually, this time we want to get the origin, the distance from the origin to the mouse. Yeah, that's what we want to change here. And then we measure the distance from the origin position to the mouse. We don't care for the direction. We don't use that. Actually, we only care for the distance. Yeah, then we would be finished. We would be finished. Then we get the cue and brush and set new offset. And say change preview. Change offset. And plug in this distance. And now there's the trick. What then? What does that do? It's like there's an offset modifier. We can't just multiply the distance with the offset. And if we would do that per frame, and we multiply it by 5, yeah, and then you end up with an infinitely large offset on the fly. So it's like there's this offset and we change a multiplier. It is in there. So let's let that sink in. So let's say we have the maximum offset of 5. Let's just say we have two layers. Let's simplify that. And we measure the mouse distance is now 5. Oh yeah, we get the maximum offset. We work with the maximum offset. Oh, okay. So now I see. Let's look into this function here and just copy it. Oh, do we? Oh, I'll copy that. Let's define change offset. So what do we want? We want to compare that to the current highest distance. And then we want to compare if this is the same, if it's smaller or bigger. Then we want to just multiply that with the whole offset, so that we end up with the same offsets with another factor. I think there's already a function for the offsets in there. There. Let's just collapse all of the functions in here. I don't want to see them. Let's just see where we define a new function. Oh, that was the wrong region. We only care for this function, which is then going to call this function in the end to update the offsets. This is just going to update the offset point position, so we don't have to copy that line of code there. Let's see where this is normally called. And normally it gets the mouse world position. But in our case, we won't just want to plug in the reference, because sometimes this reference is set to the origin point, and then we get that. Okay, so we get the distance. We get the distance from the point, from the offset point to our key, to the mouse. And that's also all that we need. We don't need the mouse position, because that's irrelevant. We just want to change the offset. So we get the highest distance, and then we need to have this float new offset vector, and this is going to be something with this, something with this. Okay, but what is this really? So I think it's the highest offset divided with the new distance. So if both of them would be 5, that would be an easy case. Then this would be 1 and nothing would happen. Yeah. So after that, let's define after that. We want to go through that and just say, go through all the related, go through all the preview infos. And they take the offset and multiply that with a new offset vector. Yeah, we cannot modify it. Yeah, we have to. Yeah, okay, then we have to create a clone, which is which is pretty annoying. I think we have a case where we already did this. Yeah, okay. So we work with the copy. And then we say, and then we just find the original. Let me see how we find the original. It's always the same syntax, always the same line of code. There. And I really complained about this a lot, that we have to do it this way. Because then all we have to do is remove that from the original, modify it, and then add it in again, and that's really annoying. Okay. So all we have to do, all that is left is to calculate that factor. So let's say we have a start offset of 0, and we don't care about that. Then we don't need to care about that offset ever, because each multiplication is going to be 0. And it should stay 0, that's correct. Let's say we have a second layer with a offset of 5. Now I also already said if we now divide by 5, we would get 1, and multiply each offset by 1, we would get the same offset. That's correct. Now, what if we have a distance of 1? 5 divided by 1, that's going to be 5. And 5 times 5 is 25, so that we would not end up with 1. So we have to, in that case, it would have to be 1/5. So the origin distance would have to be first. The mouse distance divided by the highest offset distance is going to be the new offset factor. Okay, let's try that out. And I expect this not to work. What the hell? Okay, I didn't expect it to immediately just crash. What the hell is going on? Okay, just stop. Why is this method called every frame? So it says that you can't get the original additional mode origin point, which nonetheless should not be this mode should not be set to true. We should be in the none mode. Okay, I pressed escape. So for some reason the mode was already active. Okay, this is the method, and it doesn't do anything. So here, change offset. You can also do this with the key press. It's not working. Yeah, now it's doing nothing. That's better than bugging out, I guess. Let's also make sure that at the start this is put to none. Just to be safe. Better safe than sorry. I don't think that this does anything. Normally these two modes should always be none, but they weren't one time, so let's just throw bricks at the problems. And hope that the problems just disappear. Okay, let's see. Let's now go into the function again and see why does this not do anything. And for this I want to first just debug log the distance. I think this is a good starting point. Where we can just see, did we calculate the right distance? Wrong function. Yeah, it's 5 about here. It's 0 here. It's absolutely correct. So this is not the problem. So then we can go into this change offset function. And see where, what do we want to see? I want to see the new offset factor. I might want to see the new offset, but I'm not sure. The factor is the next big thing that could go wrong. So here it is about 1. And here it's going to be smaller and smaller. So the factor is also correct. So I'm pretty surprised this doesn't do anything. Oh look, the origin is still in there. It's still waiting for my key press. But this doesn't do anything, okay. Let's make sure that I'm right here. As it really doesn't do anything. Now they still seem to be the same. Let's put this to a really high value. It's still the same. Okay, so this isn't the problem. This isn't working. It's just not working. So let's enable draw pictures mode. Because without the pictures mode, we are drawing in too many objects at once, and even though my PC is pretty strong right now, let's be real, let's not waste our resources. That's something we really have to always take into your mindset, that no matter how many resources you have on your current PC, be careful. Now let's look into the offset factors that we plug in there, and that's really weird. It's really weird that nothing is happening. Okay, they just displays a lot of zeros. Maybe we were working with the wrong value here. Maybe that's the case. Maybe we have then an offset in there that we don't use. Not really. So to display the offset, so it says the offset is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 one time, and then everything was set to 0. What? And then nothing happened. What? And what? Let's maybe disable this function here. And just see if that changes the layer offset in a weird way. I don't really understand what is happening. No. That's not the problem. So how? How is this possible? So this line will set the layer offset to 0. Let's also look at this function again and look what is going to be used inside of it. This never use the offset inside of the information. Oh dear. So we save the first of all we save the offset in 3 different locations. Oh no. Yeah, that's bad. So the problem is we save the offset inside of the timer selection info. We save the offset in this reference. It references this offset, and we save it inside of the preview info. And now when I edit one of them, I don't actually know what kind of functions use which kind of offset. And first of all, I want this offset to be gone. I don't want to see this ever again, because I think this one is the most obsolete one. With this one I can understand why it is in there, but this one, this should not be used anymore. Or we need to... Oh dear. Oh dear. What do we do? No, I want this to be gone, to be honest. Even though we work with this. Let me look at this. Where do we use the offset? So yeah, then here in this case we use this offset. Okay. So there's one illegal call though. So the problem is here we use it to set the offset And I think this only was working because previously this is like this is the same as this. Oh, they're different. Oh, this is a float. What is this then? Oh, this is also a float. This is a float. Oh, this is a vector 3. Okay. Ah, okay. That actually makes sense. Yeah. So this is a float. And we should work with this. But I still don't get why this times the new offset factor is 0. I don't get it. Let's just see. If we can debug log that operation. It's still kind of annoying to read. Okay, so here's what happens. The numbers just get incredibly small really fast. That's our actual problem. So what's happening? Let's say we have a offset of 5. We have the new distance of 1, and it's going to be 1/5 each. It's going to be 1/5, 1/5, and then it should be 1. Yeah. After that, we have a distance of 1 and an offset of 1. And this should also be 1. Okay, let's try that again with 2. That's not high math, what I'm doing here, but let's keep doing this. Let's say 2/5, and then it's a factor of 2/5. 2/5 of 5 are 2. Don't see the problem yet. Oh, I see the problem now. It's not looking... It's looking for the time map here, and then it's looking for the preview infos, and it has different things inside. Okay, that's bad. So we have to decide, either we use these as a base or these, but we can't use both. And I say let's go and set these layers, the actual related tile maps, instead of the preview infos. So related tile map. Get component offset, whoops, offset times equals new offset factor. And let's just ignore that for now and just see what happens. And let's see if this is already solving our problem here. It would be nice, because then it would be in one-liner. Actually, this is not what I wanted. So the layer offset is now NaN. What the hell? So what the hell? What happened? What the hell happened? Oh, it started with 0. Yeah, let's maybe say the distance equals 0. Let's just return. Just return. Because we don't want to lose all our information. This will always make us lose all our information, and it maybe started with 0. And there we have it. Now it still doesn't update immediately. That's a problem. But there's another thing that I want to test out. What if I rotate now? So that's also working. The offset point is in a weird position though. It's flipped. So the offset point is now flipped for some reason. But yeah, we can. If I would be drawing now and I would say, hey, let's change that offset. I could just say, hey, I want now to draw in one place. Then I want to change the offset, rotate a bit. Then I say, hey, let's change that again. No problem. Okay, that's good. But we have to update the preview immediately. And I hope that this would do that, but it doesn't. Which is a little bit annoying. But let's maybe see where we change that offset position. Normally, I think it's here. No, it isn't. So this just changes the offset point. Okay, so we have to update the offset point. The offset point, and it's for the update. We want to dynamically update that. Let's see if we can do it just like that. And I think no. What the hell? Oh yeah. I know what happened. Now we have to update the preview that is related to that time map selection info. If you don't do that, the reference will be different. Okay. Let's look into this function and see how it works. I think it's going to get the reference. And then it compares it. It compares it to the current ones in use. Okay, so we need to update the time of reference so that we make sure that we use the correct values. Okay, where am I? Not the display. So we don't want to look at that. Change offset. That's what we want to work with. So. What we want to get here is the preview info that is correspondent to that time map. Or we just say, okay, let's not do this here. Let's never actually work with the time selection info except when we create objects. And then let's just edit the preview infos. But I'm against that. Let's try to keep it simple and say we want to find this preview info, and we're searching for what do we have? Oh, with the transform. So we can get exactly the correct preview. This will never fail. So we have the preview info. And then we just say preview infos, remove that guy. We will add him later. There's a missing bracket. Okay. So we remove that guy. And we add him later. But now we want to modify his time selection ref and say layer offset should be the same as the one that we put in here. And we also want to change the offset of that preview info. How do we do that? So first of all, this should be gone now. And we pretty much know how. So we just take the calculation for the offset out of another function, and then we really just also set the position. It will make it easier to understand what we're doing then. Then we're just adding the preview and info again. See if that works. There's still a good chance that it doesn't. Whee! Okay, it doesn't work. But it's a really nice function, to be honest. Yeah, I'm rotating the whole time. Yeah, maybe that was a stupid idea. So this is kind of like a solar system. So they're just rotating faster. The further away I am, and if I'm really close, it's like now we have a solar system. Okay. Yeah. I think that function would be very handy in other cases, but unfortunately we wanted to do something useful in here. So let's try that again. And after we finish this, we will pretty much have the last function working, and good thing. So yeah, we can now display the solar system, but we can't show our offset. So this function here rotates the offset each time. So we don't want to do that. Just want to multiply it, I guess. So how do we normally set this? So this comes from the rotate function. And there's another rotated offset. Let's try to use that. Yeah, we can just plug it into this function though. Yeah, let's just plug it into this function. And see, instead of copying lines of code of this function, okay, maybe just try to plug it in here. Is this going to set the offset? No, it already expects us to have plugged in an offset, so this doesn't work. Ah, god damn it! It would have been too nice. Okay, let's go in here again, and not use the function. We have to rewrite the code, which is not good. Okay, whatever. So what does this do? It reads out the brush offset. Then it adds the offset out of the time of reference, which we just edited, which is good. Then it rotates it with the preview rotation. And adds the preview info offset. Oh, come on. I don't understand. Okay, I understand this, but it's not what I want. So let's write this side of code. What we want is set the preview info, the new preview object position. That's what we want. So actually we can just write that code. We already had it in here. And we want this new preview info position to be a new vector 3. Yeah, but we still have to set it up. And we want this to be position is the rotated the rotated offset position. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's a bit best. That's the best description. So we also have to save this up. Sorry. I'm pretty sure this doesn't work. Let's just try it flat out. I think it's adding the rotated offset in here, and that is going to be a problem. Okay, nothing happens. It's correct after drawing, but when previewing, it doesn't do anything. Just to save this, plug in this new position in here, just to be sure. Okay, there's something happening. Okay, the only thing that's bad now is inside of here. I guess we don't have to set the position ever. I think this is done in the update function. Just have to make sure that this offset here does not is not added again and again. So what about this? Oh, that actually works. I actually pressed space. But except for that the offset or reference point here is on the wrong side, this is flawless. So now I can I make this negative? No, I can't. I can't make this negative. But I have to stop pressing the space bar. Wait, space bar accidentally. So how do I make this work with negative distance? First, let's debug log if the distance really is never. Okay, first simplify this, and then let's just say we can simplify these lines of code now. We worked on this really for some time now. Let's display this distance. No, I'm pretty sure that this is always positive. So this is always going to be positive. And let's redo this calculation. Let's just say, let's do this minus b. Can we do that? Ah, no, because we are working with vector. Vector 3, we can't just we can't just do that. Okay. First, let's have a monkey brain. Use our monkey brains and say, get negative distance. Just Google. Okay, but that actually doesn't help us. Okay, never mind. This doesn't help us at all. What do we do? Because from the origin to the mouse, it will always be a positive number. This will always be positive. And to have this being negative, we would have to get more information, and that would be the offset reference point. Yeah, if that is in the same direction as the direction from the mouse to the reference point. If it's in the opposite direction, we have to change that. Yeah, that's actually hard. So we need 2 gears. We get 2 vector 3. The origin mouse direction and the origin offset direction. Over seen from the origin position. And get a position. And then we need to compare these 2 values. No, not completely. We would have to kind of see if the mouse is the same 180 turn degree direction as the other one. That's actually so let's, I think we could maybe just look at the Y position. Let's just debug log them. I got an idea. And then we can compare. sign of those two. Same direction. And else it's not going to be the same direction. Not the same direction. Not. Okay, let's see. Maybe this is a dumb idea, but let's try it out. So, same direction. Okay. Does it now say not the same? It's a little bit hard to see. Now it says not the same, the direction. Now it should say the same direction. Okay, let's maybe stop debug logging those two here. Let's just debug log the same direction or not the same direction. That's the only thing that I care for. So, does it say same direction? Not the same direction. Same direction. I always get this excited and press the space bar. Okay. Now let's rotate it and see if it's still correct. It's the same. It says not the same here. Even though I still should be positive. Okay, so that's not working. Okay. Yeah, of course it's not working. Because the direction it's not rotated, it's... I was thinking, hey, what about the rotated direction? But it's not. Okay. So we need to rotate this. Dear. Okay. So what's on top is always going to be the direction from the oh, we can look for the angle. We can look for the angle. On top is always going to be this direction. Okay. Vector. Oh, come on. The vector to dot angle. It's unsigned. From 2. Hey, we plug into... Oh, we need to make a check here. If that angle is... greater 90. Let's say unsigned. Oh no, we want unsigned. Yeah, okay. Okay. We should get something. Oh, I didn't delete the origin point. Same direction. It's a little bit hard to see what it is writing. It says same. Let's see. It says not the same here. It would be nice if it wouldn't if it wouldn't write this too many times. The hell? Okay, let's stop this and just display the angle, because the debug log messages are completely useless. Or just time the time. Let's just display the time, because I can't read the debug messages like this. Just too annoying. I just can't read what's happening at the current time. I need that. So it says not the same. It says same. There it says not the same. Okay, I think we just have to swap that out. So far. Rotate this. Not the same. Same. Not the same. Same. Okay. So we have the correct function here. So just that we have to swap this out. If it's not in the same direction, let's swap that. Now, if we do that wrong, it will flicker with every frame. So let's hope we do this right on the fly. Okay, it works here. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. Okay, I want to test it again. So. I'm so tired of this. Let's not do anything here. I just want to know the angle, and then I have to rethink what I want to do with it. Also, play the time with that. What the hell? Why is the angle in the thousands? What? Is that even the angle? I'm confused right now because the line of code here's line 17,075 that doesn't match up with the line of code 1,761. So what the hell is going on? Oh, it calculates those two together. No. Yeah, okay, that's what's happening. Okay. Want two different strings from them. So the angle here. We can pretty surely say if I'm underneath here, it's a minus angle. And if I rotate this around, it's the same. In this zone, it's positive. In this zone, it's underneath. First we need to change. We want to look from the offset point though. That's a huge issue. So here it is 180. Okay, so far everything's correct. Let's now replug this line of code in here. It is going to change the offset point direction only once. Okay, not in the same direction. Okay. Now let's change this. Now it's going to. No, let's just get rid of this message. Get rid of this message. I just want to see the angle if we are underneath. So it's currently displaying two different angles. Even though we don't see anything. What? Is that correct? That's odd. Because I'm not moving the mouse, but it's telling me two different angles here. Now if I'm at top, the angle is consistent. If I'm not, this is consistent. But now if I'm at the bottom, the angle is switching between two states without me moving my mouse, and that's irritating. Why would it do that? It could only be if one of those point positions has been changed. Oh no. Yeah, there's a weird function that is in there that is going to access the offset point, and this will still require some research, because I think that the brush is setting the offset point somehow. I don't have proof for this. I'm pretty much can't have a proof, but I think what's happening is that the position of the offset point is changed twice, and that's why we are getting weird results. And the only thing that we can do about this is to really see where this offset reference point is being changed. So we don't change the position of this reference point here. But let's see. Let's see where this is used. Yeah. Okay, but we will do this after a short break, because I'm going to get my break first, and for that I'm going to make a break. I hope you had fun so far. And yeah, after that I'm going to fix this last thing. It will not be the last thing that I'm going to fix. I already saw something with the offset point that had the wrong direction, and maybe that's even related to this. So I'll be having a short break, but I'll be back after that with more fixing. So our last feature works just fine. It's I think it's finished. It's just bug fixing now. So be right back after the break.
we go, off the rails. Don't you know it's time to raise our sails? It's freedom like you never knew. Don't need bags or a pass. Say the word, I'll be there in a flash. You could say my hand is off to you.
Oh, we can zoom all the way to the moon from this great wide wacky world. Jump with me, grab coins with me, oh yeah. It's time to jump up in the air. Jump up, don't be scared. Jump up and your cares will soar away.
The dark clouds start to swirl. Don't fear, don't shed a tear, 'cause I'll be your one-upper.
So let's all jump up super high up in the sky. So power up like dancing.
You know that you're my superstar. No one else can take me this far. I'm flipping the switch. Get ready for this. Oh, let's do the Odyssey. Come on. What I say, you say. 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 Odyssey, you see. Odyssey, you see. Odyssey, you see. Odyssey, Odyssey.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Okay, I'm back again. Took a while. Basically, yeah, I was playing with the cats. I don't know if that's procrastination. Not really, I think, but yeah. So first of all, we had these 3 offset points here, and let's see where the offset points, these are created and saved, because they should have not been in there, forgotten like they are. So let's see about that. I'm looking at the wrong class though. Should be somewhere here. Here's this point created. If it is saved, it's immediately destroyed. And on disable, it should also be destroyed. So normally you wouldn't be left over with any points that you don't use, but well, yeah. Okay, and then our second problem is the angle of that offset point. Yeah, we need to find every function that uses this offset point and sets it. So first there's this set offset point display function. Let's just look at where this is used. On scene and on change offset. Let's maybe not do this here. Oh, on scene. Let's not do this here. Let's just see what happens. Because we are basically doing the same thing. That's not wrong to immediately update. Okay, and here we have the same issue as before. Okay. So this line is not necessary. Let's look into the next line of code that is going to use the offset point. And let's see here. That offset point display. This is where the offset point position is being set. And I think this function here might be the cause of our issues. Let's do that. Let's skip this and put this inside of here. Let's see what happens. So let's see if this function maybe is bugged. So now if I use my function here, I can't see the offset anymore. It's gone. but here we have it. Now it's bugged on both sides. Okay, so this is the cause of the root of our problems. I guess. Okay, so let's reverse these changes and start thinking. So why is this flipping? Let's see if there's no other line of code that sets the position. Nope, there's no other line of code that is going to set the position of this point. Is there? There's one reference. Oh, but it doesn't even use the return. Okay, so this line of code has a problem. And I think it's inside of the highest offset. Yeah, pretty much. So the problem is as following. In these timer functions, we call this function set new offset position. We see that if the mouse is underneath the offset, that we have to change the direction, and we don't want to get back to null. This then will cause this highest offset to be negative. And then I think what's then happening is that this will then start flipping between negative and positive, because it's always going to be multiplied by -1. Yeah. Let's see how it currently is. So currently it's working in the positive, but it's flipping in the negative. And if you look at these numbers here, those numbers actually they actually show the flip. It's always flipping between two different angles. It's a positive and negative angle, and sometimes we can see it sometimes we don't. But if we're in the positive area, it's all right. So, but there is a way to make this work while being negative. I mean, if you look at this, it works when being negative. It's just that then we never plug in a minus here. So we want to do this minus Okay, this is so hard. So I think this function is right. It's wrong here, because here, if this is negative, yeah, what then? I want to try something out. No. This function is all right. So it works when it's underneath the mouse. It works when it's on top of the mouse. It's just in conjunction with that function that it stops working. So we need to stop triggering this in a weird way. So it just doesn't work with the angle, unfortunately. I don't. Let's see. Change the offset. You plug in and let's say we have a negative value here. Say -5. And this will then influence this new offset factor. So the timer info is going to be edited. And then this is being taken as a reference. And that reference is going to be set into the brush itself. So pretty straightforward. Well, not I would not say straightforward. It's I don't like the flow of the code, to be honest. It's just I'm trying to debug it. Yeah, that the main problem is I'm just trying to fix the bug. I'm not trying to write good code. Yeah. I really got a problem here because I'm starting to procrastinate. I'm just staring at the monitor and my thoughts start wandering. Yeah, and need to focus. Let's just make sure. Let's look at this function and see what it does. Now that's the dead trap. That's a trap. No, shouldn't look at that. Need to look at offsets if they are going to get changed, and they do get changed. On scene. So what else could influence the offset? So we see in the end that this is just due to the highest offset, and that is the layered offset. Let's find the usages of that. And it says 200. Oh yeah, it's assets. Okay. Okay, this one is a setter when we construct the timed info. That's okay. It's good. So this is the only setter that we have for this offset, except for the initialization, which should also be good. So what's happening if we put this? Cancel this. Didn't click on Unity. We put this here. Yeah. This is irritating. Why is it also sometimes on top, sometimes it's underneath? The mouse position shouldn't actually matter. Like in every second mouse position. I changed the mouse position 1 pixel and it's also swapping up that. It's irritating. Where's this angle? Let's see, where do we display the angle? Here. Just a small change. Doesn't matter though. Okay, petting my cat won't solve the problem. Was worth a try. Hmm. Hmm. I just want to run away, but it won't solve the problem. I'm really confused by why it's flipping so hard. So in Unity we see that these numbers, they are always switching between two sides. But in the code, we never actually we checked for the angle and we shouldn't flip the second time. If the angle is greater than 90 degrees, yeah, we should flip, but then it's lower. And that doesn't quite add up. Ah, now it's reloading scripts. That's going to throw errors. And there we have, there the original reference point did not get deleted. Still something that I'm not happy about. But if we don't change it by in this line of code, it's alright. Yeah. So how can this be? We turn this angle around by 90 degrees. By 180 degrees. No, after that it should be negative. Okay, I'm actually out of ideas. Yeah, I don't understand. I think this should work. Let's just try to do this with this signed angle then. I don't understand why it's not working. I really don't understand. I think it should flip to the other side and then detect that both vectors are pointing to the same direction and not flip again. And I don't see how this can be bugged. There is something that's still not adding up for me. No, no, no. The offset point, if it's negative, that doesn't matter. Come on. Look at the which mouse, which offset direction, that's correct. Actually not do anything here. Let's just try this again with this side angle. And it won't do it. Shouldn't do. Shouldn't correct anything. So with the side angle, this is really hard to do, because this is positive here. Until 180, and then it's going to be negative. So it's basically the same. We just would have to check with math absolute. So I can also forget the sine angle. It's basically the same. The sine angle is not going to help us. Let's also debug log the distance. Is the distance ever negative? I think it's always positive, but hey, maybe it isn't. That would explain a lot. I don't think it's negative. I don't think the distance is ever negative. Just it's security check here, because if it's ever negative, no, it's never negative. Let's clear the console. exactly again. Okay, let's remove that line of code. I just want to see the moment there where we switch the angle. I want to see exactly that moment. So there we have always positive angles. Under 90, under 90, under 90. Above 90. Then it's swapped. And then suddenly it's swapped again. And again, and again. So after the swap, this swap, it should be under 90. And then this line of code shouldn't trigger. Okay. Let's make a boolean here, just call it swapped and set it to true. And if swapped is true, we don't want to go in this ever again. So this is of course hard coding. Okay, I think this will only work one time. What the? Oh. Ah, I missed it. I missed it. Okay. It's also sets swap to false somewhere. Let's look into this message. So it's swap, it immediately snap back. So the snapback is not okay. The snapback is not done with this from due to this function. The snapback is not done due to this function. Yes, I'm staring at code and the problem is there's no problem there. This is actually working. Damn. I don't need the angle anymore. Because this is actually working. The problem is lies in some other line of code. And then there can only be one line of code correspondent for this. And that is this line of code. No. The so we once had the right tracking with this line of code. The offset transform position. Is there really no other line of code that changes this? We already checked this. Okay. So the highest offset in here, is that ever changed? Always going to be the same rotation. Have to look at this layer offset again. I really don't find the issue. It's just modified in one line of code, and we just double check that again and again. And we can I got an idea. Maybe it's not the it's not this function. It's not the information in there. The information is always correct. It's maybe the offset point position that is going to get changed. Is there really no other function that changes this offset position? There are some references here. Set the position. Where's this used? This is in another mode. The just want to go through all point references here. Okay. So this method shouldn't be called. Also dead trap. Well, I'm not growing desperate though. I'm already desperate. Oh dear. Oh dear. Let's still just not do that. Let's put this into the setup that we call, so we just can be sure that we have the full control. Let's just see what happens. That's interesting. Now it's flickering in both sides. What? Let's try that again. Okay, now let's unedit this. Let's delete this line and see what happens. Well, nothing should happen. It's weird. What the hell is this? It's more consistent. So there is a bug in here. I think what we saw, we cannot analyze it as long as we don't set this offset point right. So what are we doing here? We multiplied 2 vector 3s. And at the mouse position. That's weird, but seems to work. But now we have to understand why it sometimes doesn't. And that would mean we would have to understand quaternions. No, just kidding. I'm a little bit irritated by that we can multiply those two vector frees. I thought that only possible with vector free scale. And this is very, very awkward. I think is this then just the cross product or something like that? Let's just go in here. And let's just pretend that this function is working, and how would it work? Sometimes that's better. Sometimes that's a better approach. So somehow I made this function not work in both ways. But it's also odd, the objects are above the origin point, but the offset says it's underneath. And now when it's flipped, the offset point is in the wrong direction. Okay. So it works when everything is positive, but once it is negative, it just falls apart. Interesting. It's a little bit weird that it's now working. But it didn't work when we did set it up inside of this function. Okay, let's now see the rotation. It's working when it's negative. But let me guess when it's positive. When it's positive, it's not working. And this is because inside of this function, offset the new position here is not correct. Because this doesn't take into account the angle. let's just let this sink in. We also need the same function here. Let's see if we can make it work. And we now got the same problem. That it's flickering when it's positive and negative. It's completely fine when being positive, but when being negative it doesn't work. Ouch. Yeah, I feel like I really need a break over that. So this is one of the cases where you just have to smash the wall again and again until you can tear it down. And actually, I think that this line of code here never did anything. I don't know. I don't know what the hell is going on. How do we make this function work? Let's just clear this function for a second. Okay, now that does make much sense. Oh. How does it come that with this static object offset reference point, this works perfectly fine? Okay, it's definitely the offset of a offset point. This line of code, this fucking line of code, is kind of annoying. Let's say it like that. And I have dozens of functions here. Maybe this asset has 100 functions meanwhile. That's nothing compared to a single line of code. Oh dear. Let's look at, let's Google. Let's Google and see Unity rotate vector 3 2D. Oh, here's a cat. Okay. So. Oh, I love you too. So what's happening here? A lot of rotation. That's for sure. Yeah, but these are all transform things. These are transforms. I want to rotate a vector. This thumbnail. Rotate vectors by like a pro. Okay, let's just use
So you
look
rotate
at
vector,
this.
and you would like to rotate it by a given angle, and as a result, have another vector. How could you do that, you ask? One of the ways would be to use quaternion angle axis method. It requires you to provide two pieces of information. The rotation axis, which is nothing more than a vector around which the rotation will happen, and the actual rotation angle in degrees. As a result, we'll receive a quaternion representation of how to rotate something x degrees around given axis. It sounds enigmatic, but the only thing that's left for us to do is to multiply the received quaternion by vector we want to rotate. Let's have a look at a very useful example. We'll rotate a source vector by a random angle within a given range, and then store it in the rotated vector.
Thank you, YouTube, for not setting this to HD, so I can't see anything.
Then, together with the range and the source vector, will be drawn using gizmos. Let's create a private method and call it rotate. In its first line, let's get the random angle. Using the rotation range, I make sure that the angle will be at max half of the range from either left or right side of the source vector. In the second line, I use our episode's hero quaternion.angle axis, to which I pass the random rotation angle, and now we have to find the rotation axis. For that, let's switch to the 3D view. Here we see that the rotation should be happening around the z-axis, which in our case is equivalent to vector 3 forward. And now we simply multiply the result of the method by our source vector. I'm quickly adding the context menu attribute so we can test it using the inspector. And voila! Everything works as expected. If you enjoyed this tutorial, don't forget to like and comment this video and subscribe to my channel. Have a fantastic day, love you and bye bye. Private method and call it rotate of axis, to which I pass the random rotation angle, and now we have to find the rotation axis. For that, let's switch to the 3D view. Here we see that the rotation should be happening around the z-axis, which in our case is equivalent to vector 3 forward. And now we simply multiply the result of the method by our source vector. I'm quickly adding the context menu attribute so we can test it using the inspector.
What? I don't know. Okay, let's just rewrite this function again. So quaternion angle axis creates a rotation which rotates angle degrees around angle axis. Okay, you get out a quaternion, yeah, okay. And then this is rotated. This is rotated. That many degrees around that axis. Yeah, but I don't know. So if I put in this and say vector 3 forward, yeah, now I have a rotation. I need to apply that rotation to normalized dot Euler angles times this vector. And I think this won't work. Okay, so you can just multiply a quaternion with the vector 3. Okay, I didn't. Now I understand why this was even working. So this Euler is yeah, this is not returning a vector 3, I guess. Is it? No, it's returning a quaternion. Let's see what happens now. It's exactly the same. Let's leave it with negative. It's exactly the same. Yeah, we can now make a helicopter with that, but not in a good game. Quite a problem. Hey, I'm going to fix one line of code. Takes hours. I don't know even know a simplification because it really just a few lines of code. Just give me a second. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom. I don't know. I keep working on this, but for now I don't have an idea. So I have an idea, and it was perfect. So the function was working perfectly fine when now this will get interesting. They're fighting. Oh no, they're friendly. That's unusual. Normally they attack each other. In a friendly way. So they play with each other, both cats. Yeah, but right now it seems like they are waking up and licking everything. Also like to do that with themselves. Okay, so this was working perfectly fine. Just see if we need this line of code that changes the offset of the So we don't need this line of code here. This position, this should come from itself. I think the problem is really coming really from the calculation just for the swap. If we take out the swap function, in both cases, I should just commented out this one line of code. Let's just see if there's any bug now. No, there isn't. No, there is no bug. Let's set a negative reference point. Now it's a negative point. Let's try to rotate. And that's correct. Yeah, this behavior here that we see here, it is correct. Because the offset is at the other side. So the only thing that we have to change is this swap when my mouse is underneath the tree line here. This is something odd is happening. That's odd. Let's put a minus in here. Now it works perfectly fine. If I put a minus in here now, oh, did it take that? Yeah, it did. And there's the correct preview, but you see, when I'm above the origin point, the highest offset is negative. Ah. So this is one of the problems that we do have. We multiply with the we multiply with the highest offset. That could... We should multiply with the map apps of that. Okay, let's see what this does. I'm not quite sure. No. I want this to be... I want... Are all of these offsets negative? Yeah, okay, they are. I want this to be negative and the other ones to be positive. Yeah, now we got what I actually would expect normally. Now, let's put this function out of here. It doesn't belong in there. And let's use our angle detection again. I think it might work now. Maybe that was the sign that we were missing. Sometimes flips a little bit harsh. Like here. Doesn't seem to get the right angle. But aside from that, this is perfect. Perfect. We did it. We did it, boys. The girl. Yeah. Oh, come on. I even had that thought in my head. I even had that thought in my head. What the hell? How could I not see this? It's just... It's an obviously, if the offset is negative and you multiply it with something else negatively, obviously it's going to change every frame. Maybe I should just retire. I can't retire because I'm not getting paid. So I guess I have to suffer. I guess I have to suffer. Yeah, now what now? I'm finished. I'm actually finished. I don't have anything else that I want to do. This was the last function. I also fixed the last bug that I saw, that was with the rotation. Let's rename this offset reference point to highest offset though, because I think it's not descriptive. Offset. No, that's not the one that I want. Yeah, offset. Let's rename this to highest offset. Yeah. So that we then know, okay, this is the highest offset that we do have. Highest unsigned, it's yeah. I don't know, maybe this description is a little bit odd. Let's clear the console. And just play with this a little bit. We just play. Yeah, we don't actually want to do anything. As I said, sometimes this is odd. Oh, but it's because we're looking for the distance here. Yeah. So this is something I want to change. So why am I looking for the distance and not for the actual mouse position and just do it? Hey, you can just use the y value, can you? No, you can't, because upon using the y value now, that's why I use the distance. But it's not working very well with the distance, at least when it can swap. And if you don't use the distance, we don't need that angle check. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah. So what we actually want to use here is some kind of rotated angle. It is okay. Let's use our professional drawing tool. Not my preference. I wanted to go to MS Paint, of course. So MS Paint. Yeah. Case 1. We have the offset here. We have the mouse here. And we have the root here. And we want to have the offset point to be here. For that we have to get on this axis, calculate and take this point. Oh no, I know this. This is going to be horrible. It's easy now, but it's going to be horrible. Because I did this function already one time. And it looks so easy. It's one of the hardest function that's in there. Okay, now you might say, okay, so what? You just look at these 2 points, and then you take that x value and put it and rotate the let's say this is 0, 5. This is 1. Then the offset point is going to have, this is 0, 0 by the way, and then this point is going to have 1, oh no, 0, 5, 0, 3, sorry. It's going to take the 0 from here, the 3 from here. That's easy, yeah, when you just want to say, hey, let's just take the x value from the point, y from the x. So now here comes the problem, and that is that we're using Paint, and Paint is designed by monkeys, for monkeys. I can't even rotate this. Oh, I wanted to rotate this. Can I just? Oh, if I click on tools, you can't click it. These are all the tools you have. So how do I rotate this? Oh, I can just rotate this by 90 degrees. Yay! You see, the people at Microsoft, they are smart people. They said, hey, let's not do exactly the function that I did here, that I'm doing right now. It's too complicated for Microsoft Paint. We're just going to flip the x and y value. That's all the functions that you can get. Okay, we are going to do this in Adobe. Get over here, Adobe. So I'm not sure if I should call we have all the functions, or I would call we don't have all the functions, since pretty much oh, come on, no, don't fuck with two screens, Adobe. Okay, new one. Don't you have anything that's useful? Okay, maybe you do have, but let's make a new. Picture. Can you just give me a normal screen size, please? Oh, you have this under web, yeah. Okay, now we have this here. What if this is now turned? And let's say now all the coordinates are different. And we would have something like... And this is still 0, 0. But this would be... I think it would be something like... would be sub-zero. It would be minus... Let's just put it in 0. No. 1... 2, it would be 2, 0. The final result would be, let's just try to say 1, 1, and this would be 2, 2. It would actually be correct. And how do we do that? Now you don't know this one. And instinctively there's nothing that I would say instinctively from these three numbers would point to 1, 1. So in that case, I would just say fuck it, and I actually have to solve this. Damn it, I'm a programmer. Cannot just run away from this. Yeah, I think that the easiest way would to just rotate this and make this vector to be up, and then you wouldn't have the problem. So let's just do that. everything is going to get rotated over here, and then we can just take the value. We can just take this value and this value. But the problem is this is mathematical, and game developers, they are very good when it comes to making animations, abilities, and stuff like that. But they suck when it comes to math. At least if it comes to real math. Every time I search for something like this, I don't get any results. So first we need the angle alpha. The angle to rotate. And this is pretty much straightforward. I think the function is in here. That new offset. Okay, let's just write new pseudocode. Angle to rotate. Fortunately, we just found out the functions for that. So for that we need the angle from the origin to the offset. We already had that, and the other one is going to be vector 2 up. We're looking from vector 2 up. We also need to work with a signed angle. So that we can determine if we have to rotate to the left or right. So, okay, we're in here. We do have the angle alpha. We then have to rotate. We then have to rotate around this point by that angle. Let's see if we have any vector 2 rotation. No. Look at transform. We have maybe have a. No, we also get a git. Don't get a git. Come on, give me my transform. I don't know. Let's look into this function here. Yeah, we actually get the right function here. So vector 3 new offset position is going to be then we need the this needs to be vector 3 up. No, that wouldn't work. We're taking into account the distance. Right now we're looking at the distance with, from the mouse to that origin. And that is not going to be the same as this. Is it? No, it's not. Because this is a 90 degrees angle, and then this is not going to be the same. They're not the same. So what we can do is we can use trigonometry to, because this all is a big triangle. Yeah. And then we can use this function because then you have something like, this is h. And I think h is something like a 1/2 PQR or something. This we would have to find the formula for h. It's the height of that triangle. So let's just see. We have a triangle. We know this angle here is 90 degrees. But I'm not sure what this angle is going to be. Could be like this, for example. And then this is not going to be a 90 degrees angle. Huh. Still have half an hour. Now I don't have bugs, but I can do better. I want to change this function because the current one is not intuitive. And then I still have to clean up code. Now at least I know that. I would like to say that I'm going to finish today, but with trigonometry stuff I did it once, and I was completely 2 weeks in just calculating a similar function. Can take a lot of time, but it has to be done. Let's go on. So we don't have the right distance. That's for this function, but we have the. We do have the angle to rotate. And then we need to consider the offset point position somehow. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure yet. It just says 0, 0 angle to rotate. And this would rotate something that is exactly somewhere on the y-axis. Let's just see if we can plug in the offset reference point. So we have to plug it in here. And we have to look from the mouse position. Yeah, not from this offset of reference point. And then we would have to plug this into this function. And now this function doesn't use this. Let's maybe create an overload. Just in case we end up with the wrong function here. And it just plugs in the new position. It already comes in calculated. Oh, basically, we don't need that whole method. We still can work with the distance. We still can work with the distance. And maybe it would be wise. And then we just calculate the distance from that new point. Okay, now let's see. I'm just expected to be all over the place wrong. Yeah, okay, that's I think that's not correct. Yeah, the offset now is completely off. So everything just flew off. It's not that was not my intention. Yeah. I do have to reset these distances because they are unworkable. Okay. Okay. So. So basically, this would rotate this point around the whole world. We want to have this from the mouse world position perspective. That looks better. What? I mean, can't ship it. It's a funny function there. What if we rotate this? I mean, at least it has the same amount of bugginess. No better where we rotated to. And let's see what we did wrong. Maybe this has to be a minus. This is the first thing that comes into mind. It didn't do anything. I mean, I'm quite surprised that we got that close. Then we have to look from the mouse position. It's also a common mistake. I mean, it's alright. we can rotate and then we can just tell them the user if he wants to change the offset, he's going to have a big surprise. I don't even know what's going on. I have no idea. I have no idea how this can be buggy. But just a little bit. Maybe we could, because we already have this in taken into account. No. This will be stupid. Not. Yeah, of course, this is stupid. Now it will be around the origin of the world, which is not my attention. Okay, I have another idea. It's also cheesy. What if we just have this? This is the origin. And this is the axis. With this origin reference point here, and our mouse position is here, and this axis would be this direction turned by 90 degrees, and then we just look up the distance on that axis between those 2 points. I don't know. No. I think this feels like just like too snappy. Like to give up too early. Let's just make a helper point to see what we are actually doing. It will be useful in helper point. We define this at the start of the start of the class, so we remove it later. And now I want to go back to this offset mess. And I want to create this helper point. And it should be basically the same as this all of this. Just say helper point. And in the end we have to set its position. And this is just to have, let's just pick a random color here. To have something that displays what we're actually doing, because I got no idea what's happening right now. So I want to just see the position that we're calculating here. Yeah. Oh, I also want to see take in the new world position, the mouse world position, new world. No, the mouse world position. I want to take that into account. For some reason I never see the helper point. Could it be that it's always somehow behind? That's odd. Never see the helper point. That's irritating. And when it pops up, it's in a weird position. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it really is, where it calculates the new position of the offset point. And since the offset point, and then the offset point basically is just in front. Got an idea. Let's just give the helper point incredible large description and see if that's correct. No. Like this helper point is not helping me at all. Maybe I should call this the helpless point. Maybe I shouldn't destroy it every frame. I mean, it's a helper point, for fuck's sake. What am I doing to it? What the? No! Oh no, my keyboard is broken. God damn it, that is annoying. Oh man. Okay, I think this is where we were. Unfortunately, everything that I plug into USB controllers with USB hubs is not safe. So the helper point is not at the correct position. I mean, what the hell is this helper point doing? Oh, that helper point. If you look, it's actually in the angle to the highest offset distance. So I think I plugged in the wrong position somewhere. Yeah, this is where I should use the mouse reference. And I should use the origin position. Oh, oh dear. Yeah, okay, that's actually, yeah, it's true. What? Holy shit, I made so many mistakes. I really need to stop in 10 minutes. These mistakes are embarrassing. I used the wrong reference. Okay. Let's ignore this line for now. Because it's weird. I really don't understand what is going on. I think we have the we have a problem with the references. That's for sure. The angle of to rotate seems to be wrong. Let's first not edit the let's not change the offset for a second. Just see what we get out of there. This is basically I don't know. This feels like a mini game, but not like a useful function. I mean, why is it faster than my mouse here? It has to do something with the rotation, but nobody knows. It has to be right. It seems to have the right distance. It's always going through my mouse. And it just attacks my mouse. What is it? Find angle. But we would have to plug in the angle to the offset. That's not going to change anything there. No. Now we can change that we don't use the origin position 2 times inside of here. That actually didn't do much. Except it seems to work better. Yeah, okay. I see. Interestingly, the radio seems to be alright. Okay, last twice we do this with a plus sign instead of a minus. Because I see that there's something wrong with the plus and minus, but just change its behavior. Ah, I see what's happening. So it's rotating through the wrong it's rotating in the wrong direction. So if I just plug in the minus angle, it should work now. So we didn't use our brains or logic, we just find out everything until it worked. Now, if that works. The problem though is this is still using the distance. Okay, but now if we plug in the wait, we have to test this out with rotation. Yeah, yes. If we now so we have this point. No, we just constructed a useless point. I don't know if this point has any use. So we rotated this over here. But what we wanted to do is to just bring it over here. We need to we need to know this. I think this is P, this is Q in a triangle. We need to know this value. And this is H. You maybe have to get up and do real math instead of trying things out. I'm kind of sick of trying things out and then seeing, oh, yeah, they should never have worked, and now I can have any point. So the problem is, this looks so promising what we have here. This is just another point on that axis. We already have a point on that axis. We don't need another one. Yeah. What I need is the correct distance here, where this point should actually be. And now this is just taking the distance from my mouse to the origin. And this is exactly what I don't want. I already had this function. I wanted to improve the function, and yeah. I guess. So, this has been a useless afternoon so far. Let's see, in the evening I'm going to come back after I do Jugger, my favorite sport. I don't have anything to do really, so I'm just going to stream, and you can watch me destroy myself again and trying out dumb things until I do math like a real man. Maybe I should do that next time immediately and save my time. Okay, so thank you for watching. I'll be off soon, and yeah, see you after some hours. I'm probably it's going to be 9 p.m. 9 p.m. 9:30 p.m. Not much time left there, but I'm going to use it. Goodbye.